All right. Hello, we're live. Yay. Clementine, how are you? For behind the scenes, I just logged on. So I haven't even said hi yet. So hi to Clementine.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I was also very late in because usually I'm like 10 minutes before because I like to set up
Mhm.
to make sure my audio is working and everything. Um, and I was actually doing a virtual watch along with a friend. We've been watching some C drama and K drama together. She's in the UK, so we're basically like syncing our talking in the Discord and syncing our things. And we've been doing this very fun thing of like we recommend each other a couple of this. And we've been watching episodes once. But the problem is we've liked all of them, so now we have to figure out like
There's
how
no
we're gonna do.
controversy.
Yeah.
You
Um
gotta find some that you don't like. Goodness.
yeah, but that's the problem with recommending some that we have already watched because they're good. Um so I think we're gonna split our time because we watched some nights, so we're gonna do like half and half, so we still continue on two of those, and then we're gonna continue with others. But yeah,
Yeah, it sounds very fun.
yeah.
I'm in the Baltimore area and we had the day off for snow. And so I was really preparing myself. Because they called it last night and it didn't
Mm.
feel like it was going to be too bad. It was still pretty warm outside. Like it was snowing but melting immediately when it hit the ground. So I like put out some salt on my sidewalk. I was super stressed out. I was like, oh, maybe my car will get snowed in again. And then I walk Atlas this morning and there's nothing. There's nothing on the ground and it is like 45 degrees. So I'm fine, but I did have the day off today. The district was virtual, like doing like virtual synchronous learning. So everyone was logging
Mm.
onto Zoom. But my school did not get that message fast enough to send computers home, apparently. So we did asynchronous work. I just posted some work online, did some planning for the rest of the week. But other than that, it's been a very calm day. It's been lovely. I'll take this every Monday, please. Would be great.
Yep, definitely would be a nice Monday.
Yes.
Yeah, for us it's been rain for the past like 2-3 weeks.
Mhm.
A lot of departments in France have been like in like flood warnings. I'm not gonna complain because my
Mm.
department is like yellow alert. Where my dad lives, for example, in the west of France, is like red alert. With the rivers and everything. So, you know. Um, ooh, hi, Michelle. I had
I'm
about
sure.
4 inch on my car, but roads were fine. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I think it also depended on like if your car was in the shadow in the morning because I didn't really take Atlas outside until like 9:30 or
Mhm.
10. So if it was very
Mhm.
bright on my
It
street,
melted.
I feel like it all melted pretty
Mhm.
quickly. Um yeah. So maybe we should talk about what we're reading today.
Yes. So I did get
What are you reading, Clementine? Woo.
my hold of the audio for Blood Over Bright Haven. I'm still waiting, however, on the ebook. So I got the sample from Amazon to get like the beginning of it, at least, so that I can do immersive reading. I'm hoping after the sample it will be okay, or if I feel like it's still too dense, I can wait because I'm first in line for the ebook to come in.
I would
Um,
say it's heavy but not complex. Like
yeah,
I think
no,
that you'll
no.
be just fine.
Yeah, it's just usually, with fantasy, if there's names that are, not as, common or things like this, I do want to see how it's spelled or things like that. Because, like, sometimes it's easy for me to think it's another word or something else, and then, I get
Sure.
confused. So, anyway, so that's what I'm going to be reading, which is my first pick, finally, that I'll be reading. And Angela, what will you be reading?
Oh, I don't know, Clementine. You have to tell me. So we picked
Yes.
secret books for each other, and Clementine is reading Blood Over Bright Haven, which was my first secret book for her.
Mhm.
And I think that Clementine is probably going to share her screen so that we can pick another secret book for me. I've already read 2. I read In the Market for Murder and is it The Lady's Guide to Mischief and Mayhem? It's hard to read from here.
Yes.
But I read both
Yep.
of them. I really liked The Lady's Guide. I liked Market for Murder a little bit less. I will not be continuing on with that series. But what to pick next? What to pick? I've been going from most unrelated to things that I read about to most related to things that I read about. So if I were to follow that progression, I think the next one would be The Paper Airplane. But I have no idea what that will be. I actually think that it's possible that The Paper Airplane will be The Little Prince, because I know Clementine has talked about recommending The Little Prince to me previously, and I know that there's quite a lot of like drawing and paper things with that. I did start The Little Prince. I have a physical copy that's like a pop-up book last week, and it's very quick, but I don't have a digital copy of it that's sitting at school. So I think even if it's not The Little Prince, I think what my plan should be is to bring my physical copy with the pop-up book home so that you guys can see it, because it is very cool. And then I will pick the Paper Airplane at that time. Even if it is not The Little Prince, it will be an entertaining little moment of Angela being wrong. Everyone can laugh at me about it. So it'll be great. I'm kind of tempted to go. Yes.
Can I just mention that I think out of all the symbols that I chose, for me, the paper airplane works so perfectly for the book I've chosen.
Okay.
I'm just going to say that.
Believe
that's it.
I don't know what that means. I cannot think of one book for which a paper airplane would make sense, but I believe in you, which is great. I'm tempted to go with number 2, which to me, looking at it, looks like a little angel's wing. I know that it could be any wing, but I think it looks like an angel wing, and I don't know what that could possibly be. So I think number 2 is the pick for today.
But maybe people in the chat have opinions.
Oh, yeah. If you have any guesses, this is the moment. It would be great if this is about an elf or a woman.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know that we're going to get any guesses. So. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Would you like to do the grand reveal?
Yep. Sure.
Huzzah.
There it is. And
here it is. Oh, interesting.
So this
does kind of make sense.
So this is a series continuation. So I put the whole series in there because it depended on when, you were going to pick this one up.
Yes.
And which book you would get. So I just put the whole series in there. So this is the Rick Riordan. I don't even know what's the name of the series. The Heroes of Olympus.
The Heroes of Olympus.
Yeah.
Yep. I have read the first 3. So I've read The Lost Hero, The Son of Poseidon, and The Mark of Athena. I think my next one is House of Hades.
Okay.
But yeah, this will be exciting. I love these books. They are very fun and very easy to read.
Yep.
They're quite long, so I don't think I'll be able to finish it today, but I can definitely try to make some progress as long as I can get it from the library. So that's what I'll be looking into. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Jane. Welcome. And Angela just had her book chosen, so she actually knows what she's going to be reading.
I can get it right now.
Yeah, I assumed that, fourth book in a series would not be too hard, but also it's Rick Riordan, so.
Yeah, and the new Percy Jackson season just recently came out, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people were remembering that the books exist. But yeah, it's available, and I'm excited to give it a shot. The last one ended on a cliffhanger, so this will be fun to get back into.
And just for you, the little wing, because I haven't read the Heroes of Olympus, but I've read the first series.
Is it for the shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, as soon as I saw, I was like, oh yeah, from Hermes Shoes. That's great. Yeah, no, I think that made a lot of sense. And it did feel kind of like godlike, heavenly.
Hmm.
I kept saying angels, but I feel like Greek
I
gods
know.
are like kind of in
I
the
know.
same sphere. So yeah, that totally makes sense.
And I
Do you
I
know
feel
what?
like there might be also like a like a Pegasus kind of flying horse at one point or something too.
Yes,
So
there
like
is
the
a
wings.
Pegasus in the books too. Yeah. So that totally checks out for sure. Do you want to figure out how long we'll be reading for?
Sure. Which die do we want to take?
I don't know if we'll be able to go through all of them today unless the die are very,
Okay.
very kind to
Yeah.
us.
I tried, like blindly picking and I took the D4, so we're gonna run with that.
Okay, well then let's
Uh,
just do it.
and it wants us to read a long time because it's a 4.
Oh
So,
goodness. Okay, so that'll be an hour-long sprint starting today off. But I think that'll be actually great for you. You'll really get
yeah.
into it. Honestly, at the end of that 60 minutes, I think you'll know if you like definitely
Yeah.
want to. Like, I don't anticipate you DNFing this book. I think you're gonna really like it.
Yep. Yeah.
But
Me
in case
too.
that does happen, I think you might know in 60 minutes. Yeah. Cool. All right. Good luck, everybody. See you in an hour. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. I was too much in my book. Also, I did reach the end of the sample. So I was listening to only the audio. I made it to. Oh,
Mhm.
I think your video is like. Uh, or is it me? Maybe I'm the one who has an internet issue because I see some loading screens sometimes. Um,
I can see myself, but if anyone sees a loading screen for either one of us, go ahead and drop it in the chat. That might help us
yeah.
know what's going on. But yeah, how is the book going, Clementine?
I'm 13% in, so I'm doing well, I would say.
Nice.
uh, I was very distraught by this first chapter. It's
The first chapter is
really,
intense. Yeah.
yeah, it's intense, but it made me super interested. And then we
I can
got
still
to
hear
the
you. I just need to plug in my computer. So
sure. So yeah, I really like enjoy the other main character. I think her name is Sayona. I think she's really interesting. I think also the fact that she's like this researcher, she did this graduate research on magic, I think is really interesting. There's also the whole aspect of um women being, not considered for such a profession.
Mhm.
That is also very interesting. So yeah, I'm super interested and I want to continue. So yay,
I'm
that's
glad that you're enjoying it. That's awesome. I got to actually haven't even checked it. Okay, I'm at 11%, which is pretty good. And I'm also enjoying it. It's kind of I can't say too much. I can't really say much at all because it's the fourth book in
Mhm.
the follow-up series. But I'm sure everyone knows the basic premise. But essentially, this series of books, the follow-up, follows a group of kids that are both gods or both children of the Greek gods and the Roman aspects of the gods. So you've got kind of a mix of children who are Greek and Roman. And so we have we have some folks from the first series, like Percy and Annabeth, and then we have some new people who we hadn't met previously. And they're all working together to go on this epic quest to defeat Gaia, who is like a super old goddess of the earth, right? From before the present gods. Yeah, it's good. I'm having fun. It's it's fun. I can't say too much about like the specifics of what's happening, but they were travel like they're on a journey. Everyone's on a journey, and as they're on the journey, one group of the children is like coming across these monsters that they've previously fought. So they like overhear them. They're like, I think we know who they are. And then they like remember them a little bit and they can use that strategically. So that was kind of fun to see too, like some cameos from uh the first series. So yeah, it's a good time. I'm having fun. It will be a successful reading experience, I'm sure. Um, yeah, it's good.
So yeah. Let us know if we're breaking up in the comments. Although I know there's been some other people who've had issues with StreamYard in the past week or so, and the
Mm.
comments not coming in also. So I don't know if we would even see comments.
Well, we do have
But
at least one that came in. Is it Jane?
yes.
Uh, 38% into Our Vicious Oaths, and then switch back to In Your Dreams since it's due tomorrow morning. Also currently 38% into that. Yeah, sometimes when I get really close to a book being returned, I just like return it early and I say, I'll try again later because putting myself up on the time pressure doesn't often go well. But I hope that you are able to finish it before it gets auto returned. Um,
Mhm. I hope that your sound is coming through for the stream because for me it started to be a very like to have this very weird like robot kind of
hmm.
sound. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
let
hoping
me.
it's on my end, but
I'm going to remove myself for just a moment and check on the YouTube feed, and see what's going on.
yeah, I don't know if it's okay. We some fun on my end, but I also tend to have internet issues at times. Yeah, I don't really know. It feels okay now that Angela was out of the stream, at least on my end, but I don't know if it's because it's handling only. Oh, there we go. I think, yeah, I think it's a little bit slow, and I apologize for that. It's probably my internet that's also slow, but you should be able to finish it. You have under 3 hours left at your current speed. Yay! So we're gonna try and continue sprints so that we can do that. Yeah.
Hey, so I like skimmed back through and I watched, and there's no problems on this stream. So I actually think this
Okay.
is not my internet this time. I think it's your internet, Clementine. If you feel like you need to like restart or reload or anything, feel free. But I think that we're okay,
Yeah.
which is good news.
I
That's the best case scenario.
Yes. I think we might just, try to go into a sprint, and I'll try and restart during the sprint to figure this
That sounds
out.
like a great
But
plan.
um
Yeah. I'm sorry that you're having some tech issues. That sucks.
no,
It's
no,
so
no, that's
stressful.
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
As long as the stream is fine, we're good.
Yeah. And Jane, no
Um,
worries. Enjoy your class at
yeah.
5. No idea if we'll still be going or not. Probably. Clementine is picking a die. Did you get the
We
D4
have a
again?
D8.
Oh, a D6. Oh,
No,
a
no,
D8.
we have a
Fabulous.
D8.
It's so like tiny that I couldn't even tell what shape it was from here. It's just like a little blob.
So we have a 5.
Okay, that's not too bad. Times 7.5 is 35 plus 2.5, 37.5.
Yep.
Is it 37 and a
Well,
half? Am I crazy?
yep. Yep. Yep, it is.
That's right. Hey, go me. That was all vibes. I'm just gonna set it at 38 minutes, which is pretty good. Not too terrible. Oh, just a little craft update. I've had this skein of yarn left over from a project I did when I was in college for literal years. And it's
Ooh.
really soft, but like it like changes texture. It's like all of the worst things to crochet with. It's like fuzzy, so you can't see your stitches. And it's like it's all of the most annoying things. But my dog Atlas loves fuzzy things. So what I've decided to do is just make like a little mat slash small blanket situation that he can just have on the floor and cuddle in when I'm not here. And then I'll use up this yarn. So really my goal is to crochet through the rest of this today. It would be great to finish this when we're on sprints. So
Agreed.
updates shortly. 38 minutes. Good luck,
Good
friends.
luck.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Yes.
I don't know what's happening because I checked my internet and everything seems great when I do, streaming, whatever speeds and everything.
Sure.
So I'm hoping.
Are things still looking funny? Like, can you hear me or am I all robotic for you?
No, you're a lot better.
Okay.
Um, it was still like sometimes the video was like buffering, so we'll see. But it's a lot better. So I managed to hit 21%.
Nice.
And I have to actively remember to look at the timer because like time is flying by with this book. So I actually put like a timer on my watch so that,
Mhm.
I would say like a minute before or something and I would like pay attention to it. But yeah, and I'm learning about the magic. It's very sciencey and I like it a lot.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. And obviously, I love a female researcher who's trying to like push through and like um show to these like stupidly misogynistic, males, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. That makes me very happy.
Mhm.
I got to 17% on mine. And I'm liking it. I am. I found it kind of hard to concentrate this time because this is
Mm.
like super random, but I got a text message from my property manager being like, "Hey, I want to bring a contractor by to look at the basement and we're
Oh.
going to maybe get some work done." And so and they also just like painted our front steps. So then my heart goes, "Oh my god, you're going to sell this house." And I'm renting this house. So anyway, it
Hmm.
I obviously like this will not be a disaster, but that's where my brain is automatically going to. I don't know. It could also be that they just like realize that they've been super behind on some of these maintenance things and they should do
Hmm.
them. I think that their like state inspection might be happening in the next
Hmm.
few months.
Hmm.
So maybe it's that. Like there are all sorts
Hmm.
of things that, but anyway, my brain has been very focused on like, am I gonna have to move? But even if that
Yeah.
happens,
Yeah.
I'll have notice. So anyway, I found it hard to concentrate, but the really great thing about Rick Riordan's books in this series is that they feel very episodic. So you'll have like an interaction with a
Yeah.
monster or like in a location, and then that resolves, and then you go to the next thing generally. So I do feel as though I like didn't totally absorb the last thing that happened, but I also know that for this book that is not a big deal, right? I will just
Hmm. Hmm.
if I just continue
Yeah.
reading,
Yeah.
I will understand what's going on and it will be just fine. Yeah. Also, strange dwarves showed up in my Rick Riordan book. There are dwarfs. And the last thing that I needed on my R/fantasy bingo was elves or dwarves. And I've got random dwarves that don't matter at all, but they're in the book. So I count that
It
as a
doesn't.
success.
Okay. It doesn't fit hard mode, but we don't care about hard mode, so we're good. Yay.
I don't need it to be hard mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. For
that was
me, I
exciting.
still have I I also still have one prompt to fit and it's the one that requires you to get another prompt from an earlier year. And I
Hmm.
chose the prompt, but I'm still not fulfilling it. So I chose a
You could
book from
choose
a
any
straight.
other prompt that
I
you
know I
wanted to, right?
could,
Like if you find
but I
it, yeah.
so I purposefully chose prompt from an Australian author because I wanted to read a book from um Foz Meadows or like
Mm.
a couple other authors. And I think the couple other authors, I did fit one of their books in another prompt that was a little bit harder to fulfill. So I just need to read a Foz Meadows book, and I do have one as an ebook. And I should make an effort to put it on my March TBR for sure. It's an accident
Yeah.
of stars. So
That's on
Yeah.
my, sorry for the extra meow. That's on my list to read too, but I don't think there's an audio of it yet, which is why I haven't ended up picking it up. But it's on my TBR. I definitely want to get it eventually.
Yeah. So if I end up reading it in March, you'll know. Yeah, I'm
Very
sure
fun.
if I don't
Very good.
manage to fulfill it in March, I can just pick another prompt that would fit, from an earlier year that would fit another book that I haven't been putting in for the challenge anyway. But I still want to make an effort to put the original prompts I put in there, right?
For
It's
sure.
just for me anyway, because I'm not putting it on the Reddit, in any way, shape, or form. This year I didn't aim to go hard mode anyway, because I think some of the hard mode prompts would require me to read things I don't want to read. And I really don't
Which
want
is
to
kind of
put.
the point. It's supposed to stretch you and like push you outside of your comfort zone.
Yeah, but I don't treat it as this for me. I treat it as like I try most of the prompt for our fantasy. I try to put things from my TBR to kind of tell me, hey, I got to read the books I own. And most of the time, I can find books that fit this. Some of the prompts I do pick the hard mode because I do want the challenge for myself because I think they're interesting. But others I'm like you're allowed to replace a prompt in there, and I did replace, I do realize it's an extra prompt that I replaced, compared to the one that's allowed you to replace from an earlier year. But this is like the short story collection that you have to read, and I don't read short stories. I don't. So
I counted, there was like a series of very short novellas that came out around Halloween time. And when I say short novellas, I mean really like 50, 60 pages, which is right on the cusp of a short story or a novella. So I read the whole series and I counted that as my 5 short stories. There were like 6 in the series. And I think that that's totally acceptable. I think that I did more than it was really asking. Even though they were like more novellas than really maybe the spirit of the prompt was looking for.
I think also for the Our Fantasy Bingo, I think I'm just a little bit tired of this prompt because I've done the Our Fantasy Bingo. It's my 3rd year trying it this time, and it's always been there. And I do understand the point to like try this essay of like a few short stories from a few other authors to like try some authors and stuff like that. But I'm not at this point anymore in my fantasy journey, so I don't want to read a whole book of fantasy, short stories where probably half of them I would not, it would not interest me. So anyway,
right.
Yeah,
Totally fair. Totally
so
fair.
Michelle read some, had a meeting, and worked some.
Nice.
Well, you were productive. That's good.
Yes.
And she's saying that we
I'm
all
not sure that I love this as a sentence. But I will say the dwarfs in the book are like they were like mischievous, like they were stealing things. So actually I don't think anyone needed them. And nobody wanted them there. It was troublemakers.
It makes me even think of like goblins more than dwarves then.
Yeah, more like brownies or sprites where they're like, ha ha ha.
Yeah.
You're coming in to make people. Yeah. And here's the crochet update. This is how far we've gotten. It's pretty far. It'll definitely be a nice little blanket, and I think I'll definitely finish on the next round of sprints. So this will just be like a little thing to go in Atlas's bed. Yay! Nice. And I will have used up some of my stash that I've had for literally forever.
That is nice. I have attempted to try and start crocheting tonight, but I don't think I'm in a crochet mood at all, so which is weird, but
that's okay. You don't have to be. I really feel like I needed something to do with my hands.
Mhm.
And it was this or like play a game on my phone. So like, I mean, when I finish this, I'll probably play a game
Yeah.
on my phone, but then, yeah.
Well, the problem is I've been in a gaming mood for sure. At the beginning of last week, I got Disney Dreamlight Valley because I was
Okay, gotcha.
tempted by other friends. And I've been playing this and I've been having fun, but I need my computer to do that. And I'm not going to be like this on the computer for you guys to see. I think it's,
Yeah.
it's a little bit hilarious. So, yeah. But I think Disney Dreamlight Valley is fun for now. Also, it's good because you do have some repetitive tasks that you have to do. So, as an audiobook, it's really nice. And you can stop at any point. It's not like there's going to be a timer or anything you do or whatever like that. So
Yeah.
it's really good for that.
Absolutely.
But that means that I
haven't played that one. I've played some other. Sorry?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I haven't played that one. I've played some other like cozy life sim / adventure stuff recently, but not that one. I recently played Winter Burrow, which is you're a little mouse. And it's kind of a survival game, kind of an adventure situation. That one is slightly more timed, but like I guess it was a little bit less relaxing. But I found it on the whole to be very cozy, and I had a great time with that one.
Yeah.
So, and it's shorter, but
yeah. No, Disney Dreamlight Valley is like more like I think you can have it on Switch or like on Windows essentially running.
Yeah, you can have it on PC.
Yeah. And I got it also because there was a sale. It was 30% off, on Steam. So I was like,
yeah. I always wait to buy things on Steam until they're on sale. Especially Steam is really good at alerting you when stuff is on sale.
Oh yeah, especially like you just put like the games you're interested in on your wish list, and then it would automatically just tell you, oh, this one is on your wish list and it's on sale. Hey, But also they're not super obnoxious about the emails they otherwise send, so I think it's okay.
Yeah,
for me, the amounts. But yeah, so and before that, I've been also in a gaming mood because I really enjoy also Stardew Valley. I don't know why. I think the pixels also is really relaxing to me because it makes me think of like the really like console games I would play as a kid a little bit. And I do like also the idea that you can play it as relaxing or as, competitive as you'd like. And if you feel like, oh, today I don't want to do farming or whatever, you have different things to do. And it's been fun because the developer also is like, he's working on an update, and we should actually get some pretty important news about the update in a few days or something like this, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I tried I tried Stardew and I got lost and I couldn't find my way home like 3 days in a row. And then I was like, never mind. That's fine. It's not for me. My friend had given me, she had gotten like a code in a Humble Bundle and then had just given me the code. And so I had been paid for it and I was like, whatever. And I just stomped away in anger.
I think for me, I played like because I had that game. I got it because you can also have it on your tablets, because it's on Windows and Apple. I appreciate that the developer made it like it's an indie game, so he worked really a lot on the different formats so everyone can play. And I think the price point is
a lot of games, even more games are doing that now than when Stardew came out. That was not always happening.
Yes. So. Yeah, I agree. So, but like on my tablet, especially, it works a little bit differently because obviously you just click things, and like the fishing, especially, I was like, what the heck is this? I can't fish, And then I
heard that the fish
playing.
is really hard. I didn't even get far enough to try, but I've heard that it's
Well,
pretty bad on the PC.
well, the thing is that the fishing bar is really small as you start, but like as you level up, it gets easier and easier to
Yeah, I
fish.
have. Oh, it gets easier.
And there are also things that you can get, like you can get some dishes that will give you extra levels for some certain amount of time to help you to farm or to help you fish or, you know, things like that. There's also
Yeah.
rods where you can put things to basically like bobbers to trap the fish so that it doesn't escape as easily or things like that, right? So you can essentially, if you really don't like, especially at I find that after I've now played like 100 hours of Stardew Valley, right? And I do find that now I actually weirdly enjoy fishing, even though before I hated it, right? So it's
Yeah.
just, you know, experience. And I think also Stardew is a lot like, it's not like a list of, it gives you like this goal to do. You have some quests, but it doesn't tell you, oh, to do this, you have to do this and this and this and this, right?
I
It's like,
like games to hold my hand. I like it when they're like, go do this little task that will take you 5 minutes. And then they give me
yeah.
another little task that will take me 5 minutes. I like that lots.
Well, then you would love Disney Dreamlight Valley because it's a lot of that.
I have heard good things. I'm not currently giving Disney my money, but
Yeah.
if there comes a time in the future where I'm more willing to give Disney my money, I might be like it was on my wish list for a little while and then I decided
Sure.
not to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Cool.
I decided to give my money because it was 30% off and I was like, I'm giving them less money. Yay.
Yeah, well, I mean, people make their own choices, which is totally okay. That was not said with any judgment. That was just,
No.
I guess, an explanation of why I haven't already jumped on the boat.
Sure.
Cool. Shall we sprint?
We should. We have been talking for a long time. I
We
feel like.
have. And as soon as I finish crocheting, I'm on my last color. As soon as I finish crocheting, I think I'm going to take Atlas out quick. So you guys will see me disappear for
Hey,
a minute.
this is amazing. I've been blindly picking, but I've been picking different dice. This is a D10.
Hey, very good. Oh, a D10. That means we'll just multiply by 6. Did we
I
get an
swear.
hour?
Yes, we did. I got a 0, which is a 10. I swear I never my dice. Also, I changed my dice, right? Because last time I got the blue ones, and this time it's emerald kind of ones. But like it just I never roll like I never do critical success.
You're
like
using
this.
all of your good rolls now, so that when we play D&D, you'll roll all your bad rolls then. So thank you for rolling all your good rolls now. As your DM, I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm gonna set the timer for 60 minutes. To add it back. There we go. Okay, we'll be back in 60 minutes. Good luck. Hello, welcome back. How was your reading, Clementine? I can't hear you. Is it me or is it you? I think it's you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
It's better. I muted myself twice. So you didn't see me for a while because I was in the dining room. I was finishing a puzzle. So I finished it. So
Oh, well,
I'm
good
happy.
job. How's the book?
And I'm 34% in. I feel like I'm flying through this book, but also it is smaller in terms of audio than, yeah.
Yeah, if you're thinking about comparing it to Babel in your head, where a lot of the themes are the same, but this is much, I found it to be much more readable. Like it's a much quicker paced situation.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And maybe not quicker pace, but like it's narrower in what it's following, right?
In scope.
Because we're really following this one person, and like there is another person with them, but they are with them. So like there's just a thing like that. Yeah. How are you?
Mine is good too. I'm at about 27% of my book. So about a quarter of the way through. And yeah, I'm liking it. I'm having a good time. I was able to focus a little bit better. I grabbed a snack. Atlas and I went outside. So, we've accomplished some things, which is very, very good.
Nice. We have a new person.
Welcome.
Hi,
nice to see you here. Margaret said she's going to follow us and send us a virtual hug, which is super cute.
Yes.
And then Jane finished class, ate dinner, and it is now 67% into In Your Dreams. Awesome. I'm not sure that I know that one, to be honest. Are you familiar with In Your Dreams, Clementine?
No.
I'm story graphing.
Yeah, for sure. Because like I
Sarah Adams, is that the right one, Jane? You let me know.
There are some books with this title in there, but it's the fourth in a romance series, she tells us. So
yep, that checks out. I think it's the Sarah Adams one. Yeah. It looks cute. At least the cover's cute. I'm thinking that I am going to dig into my like partially finished craft box and find some embroidery that I haven't finished, and maybe work on that during some of our later sprints. But yeah, I mean, brain wise, I'm feeling like pretty awake, which is good and wonderful and like expected. It's only like almost 6:30 here for me. For you, I'm sure it's quite late. How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Okay.
It's like 20 past midnight. It's okay.
Clementine has a lot of flexibility in her schedule right now, which we are thankful for. Yes. So she's, staying up late isn't too terrible.
Also, like the weather also has really been terrible. They are, for now, telling us that maybe Wednesday is going to be sunny and like 65 degrees Fahrenheit for you guys, like 18 degrees Celsius for us, nearly. Oh, no, it changed. Of course it changed. No, 18. It changed in that we don't have as much sun as planned because it was full sun and now it's sun and cloud. But like, we'll see. I'll take a day where we don't have as much rain, honestly. Yeah, that's all.
For sure. Goodness gracious.
And to be fair, it's very warm compared to usually what we have in February. I mean, not that we have very cold weather in France, but yeah,
for sure. Awesome. Yeah, I am like working. So I've my reading journal. Oh no, the other kitty. Here we go. I have my reading journal and my goals for this year. I've gotten like I think, a pretty good start on them. I didn't make like numerical goals, like this many
Mhm.
books or anything like that. The goals that I'm tracking are just like, here are some attributes that I'd like to like notice when I read a book. So like new authors that aren't like me or our debuts, making series progress on series that I started before this year. Series that I start this year don't count, because otherwise I'll just read these ones. Books that I'm
Same.
physically reading, books that I own, books that are published before 2000, and then translated works. And I think that I've got like one or two for each of them so far, some of them even three or four. Here's my series progress page. You don't have to pay attention to what they are, but look at all those series that I've made progress on so far. So
That's
life is
nice.
grand. I have another book I need to add, which is why I
Mm.
mentioned it. I finished an Anne Gracie book last night, so I should add that too.
Mhm. I feel like I have also made a good progress on my goals. Same for you. The series continuation, though, doesn't look as good because I have started a few series. I feel like more than I expected to, and end of February. But also, I've been doing like some buddy reads, and in the series I've started, some of them also like I had the first book. I owned the first book, right, physically
Right.
before the year, so I finally started them, right. So it's fine in my mind as long as I continue series that I started before 2026, right? I did give myself 5 series that I started before 2026 that I have to finish this year.
Ooh,
just
what
5
are
of them.
Are they
I
specific
actually,
ones or okay?
yes, they are. They are. So one of them is the Mirror Visitor series, and I've actually finished it last month. So yay me in
Nice.
January. The next one is the Spellslinger series. And this one I have made progress because I read the third book. So I have 3 books left for the main series. I'm not counting, because there is a prequel series. It's from Sebastian de Castel, but I'm not counting this one. I'm counting the 6 main books. Then there's the harder challenge, which is to finish The First Law World by Joe Abercrombie. So for this one, I'm actually counting. I know it's not like it's different series and then some standalones in this world, but I am counting everything because I've made a good dent already before 2026. I read the first trilogy and I read the first, and I read 2 standalones that are in the middle. But I still have like one standalone book, then I think it's some short story kind of collection ish, and then another trilogy. So I still have like 5 books to read. So I haven't made progress on that one.
But progress overall, which is good.
Yes. And the last one, wait, I said Mirror Visitor. Yeah, no, I have 2 more. So I have the Library trilogy by Mark Lawrence. So I've read 1 out of 3 books. Yes, and I just started the second book today.
Nice.
Although it's looking like I don't remember as much as I thought, but also we are starting to follow someone we haven't followed before either. So it's and there was a summary at the beginning. So we'll see. We'll see. And the last 5th one, I forgot what it is. So let me grab my my journal.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's something that Clementine and I both struggle with is just like having an overwhelming number of series that we're working on. I am much worse than her in this regard. She owns more books that she hasn't read. Like her physical TBR is bigger than mine, but my series TBR is crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think my series TBR, I'm okay starting some series as long as I finish them, right? And I think last year I made a good way because also like some series, you start them and then you're like, oh no, I'm not interested. I DNF them.
Yes.
And I looked, it might look bad to some people, but I'm okay with that because like DNFing 50% of a series I read, I don't feel bad about it. if I
I
don't
mean, we
like
read
them.
for ourselves, not for other people. I'm not sure why
Exactly.
that would matter to anyone.
Exactly. Oh, the last one is, of course, the Wayfarers series by Becky Chambers. So I
You only
have
have
read,
more on that. Yeah.
yes, because I've read 2 out of 4 books. And those I poked them purposefully in there, this one, because I know I need a little bit of a push because all of them are more like standalone. They feel like standalone so far. And I do like them. I know I'm not going to binge them, but I do want to, put one of them like every 6 months or something and finish it. And then the next big goal for me is what I call the 26 books I'd like to get to in 2026. And for most of them, I put them as like kind of side goals for myself. So I have like 6 or 7 books for each, kind of category. So I have like a sort of priority TBR. So those are books that I've been so excited to read, but somehow, I own them, but I haven't read them. And I made a good dent because out of the 7 I chose, I've read 2, Dungeon Crawler Carl and Running Close to the Wind, and they were both wins. So
You know yourself.
Yes.
Which is very good.
Then I did put some series continuations. So some of those books are similar to like the priority series I want to finish, but some of them are a little bit different. Then I have some TBR veterans. And out of those, I read 2 out of 6. So hey, we did have the Mirror Visitor series that I put in there, right? And then I did put like 7 anticipated releases. So for those, I mean, I'm not as like, it's not as much as a priority for me to read them because obviously I don't own them. They haven't come out yet. I mean, one of them has come out now. I'm waiting for my hold to come in. But I did want to put them air just to remind myself, oh, there's some new books from authors you really enjoy, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Awesome. Well, now that we've done like a little update and like I feel very hyped with our vibes, should we sprint again? Do some more reading?
I think it's been okay with me like randomly picking a die. So let's go. And I think we have a D20.
Oh, nice. I feel like you knew where the D20 was. The D20 is in the middle.
Yeah, it's in the middle.
All right, let's see what happens.
Hey, 11.
All right, so that would be 33 minutes. That's not too bad.
Yeah. It portrays a little bit more what I usually roll when I play D&D. But
pretty normal, right there in the middle. Not too bad.
Average.
Not too bad. Yeah. All right. Good luck. Enjoy the book. See you soon.
Angela, I think we forgot to start. So I guess we have a few more minutes to read for everyone. Sorry.
Clementine, you said you had a separate timer sent. Do you know approximately how long we had left?
I don't know.
Okay, then I'm just going to chop 10 minutes off of it.
Yep.
Welcome back.
I was just in the middle of a reveal, so
So terrible timing for you. Apologies.
yep, but that's okay. It's okay. Um, I'm 40% in, so pretty good. Oh, and now
Nice.
I have the ebook that tells me it's ready to borrow, but I don't think I'll get it because I'm fine without the ebook, you know. Um,
Nice. So
how
how
about
is
you?
it going? Are you still enjoying it?
Oh yeah, very much. I'm so much like entranced into them like figuring it out and like, I have some theories about like, what's behind because like I don't think I actually really said anything about the book besides, like the researcher doing some magic research, right?
Mhm.
So essentially the magic in this world works in the way that they are pulling energy and matter from the other realm, and they are using it to power spells and like getting energy to power a barrier, for example, around their big kind of city realm, whatever
Mhm.
it is, and outside there is what they call the blight, which is light that destroys people. It seems it's really unclear exactly what it is so far because we've had just the one chapter in the beginning really um that told us a little bit about how it is. But I have some theories about what it is because obviously like the city where they are at, it's like several hundred years after the events of the blight happened, right? So they have this god who like came to them and like helped them, and they saw the blight, essentially happening before it happened, and it helped them to connect and to get to the other realm and get the energy needed to get this barrier to help them out. But I do have some theories about what exactly happened because we know in those types of books that the religious writings, what they can mean and what it is. But I've had like this, there was this really interesting discussion, philosophical even discussion about what is right and what is wrong. I think that was really interesting, especially because as we're following this researcher, she is from a middle class background, so she's had to like um, fight her way to this research position, also because she's the first woman in this position. But she's still in a position of um, she doesn't realize it, but she is still in a very comfortable position because there's what they call the Quen, which are people that come from outside of this barrier city. And even if they are admitted inside, they're mostly servants. They have to be essentially um, useful
It's
to the others.
immigration allegory, right? So
Yeah,
like what Clementine is describing right now is an immigration allegory where
exactly.
even though she is oppressed because of her
Yes,
gender, she is quite privileged because of
yes,
her like
exactly.
birthplace and her race.
Exactly.
So she doesn't really recognize that very well at the beginning of the
No.
story, where she's focused so much on her own oppression that she's not seeing the ways in which she's privileged.
Yeah, well, one, she is focused on her oppression, which, everyone is it's harder, of course, to acknowledge that. And
Mhm.
two, also she's also very focused on her research too. So there's like a lot of things that she hasn't even thought of, or like because obviously this like other race is oppressed, but also it is hidden from the rest of the population, and the population is not really, asking the questions, or, when there's an incident, if somebody from this race is, injured or dead, they don't talk about it, right? And nobody asks about it. So there's a lot of, discussion on that too. And I'm really, really enjoying this so far. I think it's really good.
I'm so glad you like it. That's awesome. I expected that you would. I do think there's one element of things that happen later that you will dislike, but I think on the whole that you will like the book overall.
Oh, okay.
It's relatively small. I don't think it's going to like change your rating necessarily, but I think that it's going to bother you and that you'll mention it. That's my prediction.
We'll have to check in next week, because
Yes.
I don't think I will finish it today, because like obviously I'm only 40% in, right? It's still have like 9 hours in the audiobook, so at 2 times speed is like 4 hours and a half.
Absolutely. We've got so my book, I'm exactly a third of the way through, so yay, exciting stuff. And it's a pretty big book. It's YA, so it goes fast, but it is I think
it's longer than mine. Yeah,
it's a pretty long, all of the books in this series are pretty long, to be honest. So it's nice to make some progress in it. And then I started this like a year ago on sprints and then put it down and never picked it back up. I've come back to my octopus that is knitting. And so I'm working on the octopus now. The knitting is all done. I finished it last year, but I never finished the octopus. So yeah.
Nice.
For crafting.
Nice.
Productivity.
And I know Michelle wrote this a little before we finished the sprint, but she finished work, read, drove home, made dinner, moved the cats, and is prepping for D&D. That is very productive.
Yes, Michelle is DMing our next chapter for the Candlekeep mysteries. So I'm excited to see how it goes.
I'm interested to know, because I did play before and I'm not here. So which level are you at now?
We're up to level 13.
Whoa, wow.
Which is very exciting. We're actually getting kind of close to the end. Like I think each one of us will have maybe like one more chance to DM, and then that will like basically be done. So I think we need to start thinking about what our like next plan is. Like what do we want to do, or what do we want to try out? Or do we want to let this come to kind of a natural conclusion, which I think would also be an okay choice. Yeah, I don't know exactly what we'll decide to do, but I'm just kind of proud of us that we've like kept it going this long. I think that's pretty impressive. So yeah, it's good stuff. We just fought a bunch of monks. Our last chapter was the big monk chapter, and we have a couple of characters, including Michelle's character, who are monks. So that was kind of fun and special. Good stuff. Michelle. Oh, the octopus is probably a pretty speedy knitter. I agree. He's got lots of extra hands to hold his stitch markers and all of those things.
And she's also asking, what would I do with that time if she doesn't do D&D on Friday?
Michelle, these are fabulous questions that I do not have a good answer to. I know I would probably just end up, like going to bed earlier on Fridays.
Friday.
But yeah, we would. I don't know. I think that I just think that it's an open question. I would certainly love to continue doing something, but we'll just have to see what everyone thinks.
She said that after she revived herself, you did very well. Michelle, does that imply that you died?
Michelle was downed in our last fight for sure. The last fight was pretty challenging, to be honest. Well, like the chapter was pretty challenging. So Yeah, there were 3 really big fights, and in all of them, it got to the point where they were like, "Well, you know what we're gonna do? Conjure some extra animals to help us out." They had these charms of conjuring animals,
Mm.
so, they had to kind of, pull the break in case of emergency switch a
Yeah.
few times.
But
Um,
we're I mean, with the chapters that I played with you guys, we'd already had weird moments where we were like, I remember this one time where Angela as a character, her fairy character, got trapped in a rug, in like a magical rug all by
yeah,
herself,
I
right?
almost died
Uh,
very early,
yeah. And
so
then we had another moment also where I was following someone, and then I got like basically it was a hunt, like a hiding and hunting, whatever situation too. So like, yeah, I think we're just
maybe
it's
we're
just
just kind of
following,
risky players. Yeah.
or maybe it's with the way sometimes with the way some campaigns are written. It is also requiring players, or at least it forces us to maybe get more separated, and that's where also it can be a little bit more difficult sometimes.
Yeah, the
But you know,
problem that my players had is that they didn't rest for the whole thing. They went the
mm,
whole thing in one day, just boom, boom, boom. I guess there was one fight at the very beginning that was like in a different location, and they rested after that. But
mm,
yeah,
I
they
see.
basically went the whole thing without resting, which, if you're not familiar with D&D, is like usually a pretty bad choice. Usually, you want to
Yeah,
try to rest sometimes. Um, and it would have
I
been logistically challenging for them to rest, but
yeah,
it certainly would have made their lives easier. Um,
yeah. I think in D&D there's no interest in not resting unless there's a time constraint that something's going to happen, you know, and you're explicitly told it's going to happen today or something, right?
yeah,
Or that you're not safe where you're going to sleep. But even then, if you're not super safe, you can have someone, doing shifts or something, right? But yeah.
yep. It was an adventure, um,
Certainly
as
seems like it.
always. Um, should we sprint again, or is there more that you want to chat about, Clementine?
No, we should sprint. We should keep the
Okay.
momentum going, you know. Hey, we
I
have our
am
first.
feeling the end kind of coming on for me, so maybe not this one, but the next one might be my last.
Sure. We are getting a repeat, although it's the different D10, but it's still a D10.
Okay. So we'll
But it
multiply
is
her number that she gets by 6.
yep. So we have a 9.
Okay, that's pretty long. It's gonna be 54. Maybe I'll take back what I said earlier. Maybe this will be my last one. We'll see. We'll see when we come back after 54 minutes of reading.
Mhm.
We'll see how we feel.
Yes.
Alrighty. Putting it to the stage. There we go. Good luck, all. Hey, welcome back.
How was your hour of reading?
My almost hour of reading was very good. I mean, I actually thought I felt like this one really flew by. It felt really quick to me.
Yeah.
I think it's because I sunk like right into this story. But I'm at 43% now. I'm feeling great about it. And my octopus is looking very octopus-like, which is very good.
Ooh.
I'm really happy with my progress.
Nice,
I think just a couple more hours and
nice.
I'll be done. Yeah.
That's great.
The story is really ramping up. Everyone's in perilous danger all of the time. But they're finding success, which is good.
Yeah.
How's life for you, Clementine?
So I was exactly at the big reveal part when we stopped last time, right? So
Uh-huh.
I had the big scene reveal. I can't say more, but I know you know.
I know what
Uh,
you mean. Yep.
and
Is it
I'm
what you predicted?
no, it's
Okay.
worse than I predicted, but I
Yeah.
did have like an inkling of what it was, but I did not. In retrospect, I could have, but like, yeah.
Yeah. No,
I
I
I
didn't see it coming, at least not as bad as it is. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No, I did see the religious aspect that was, told to us, and I was like, this is wrong. This is
Yeah.
like there's like lies in there for sure, but like where? Is the question, right? I think. But
Yeah.
so I'm 52% in, and it's, I mean, now that we've had this character had the reveal, she basically descended into like a spiral,
Yeah.
obviously. Because like the pillars of what she believed in are completely broken, essentially, without spoiling
Yeah.
things. Which is I mean, it is hard to read, but it is very interesting, and I think it's really important that we have this passage, because sometimes in those books, right, we gloss over that, and then we have the character, after they do things, and which is well and good, but I think it is doing better job at showing how hard it is to have your beliefs, um, question, right?
Mhm.
Um, like for example, and I would like take an example like this, how a lot of Germans didn't realize that there were concentration camps killing people off, right?
Mhm.
And when they realized that, how long it took them to say like, yes, this is true, and how there's still to this day some people that don't believe those types of things, right? Because um it's easier to believe that humanity never did those awful things, right?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah, and I think it's a lot more philosophical than I expected in some ways, right? But I'm loving it. I'm loving the philosophical questions aspects. Because like because she was talking to this like alchemical doctor of the mind, right?
Mhm.
And since they're using magic and like alchemy to like basically they resort to essentially like medicine, like other magical alchemical medical surgical tools. If somebody, basically, if a woman doesn't feel really good, you're gonna lobotomize her or give her some chemicals, so she feels better, right? And she tells him like, but the feeling if what you're feeling is actually the truth, what are you going to do with it, right? Are you
Right.
going to remove those memories and those things that are the truth? What's happening with this? um I think it's an interesting parallel with like the how you treat like mental instability, let's say, for example, with like medicine versus, you know, psychology, and trying to talk about it and to change those feelings. And yeah, so anyway, enough about this because I'm going to spoil too much the book, but it's really interesting.
Yeah.
And I do think it does have similar big themes compared to Babel, but I think it's doing a disservice to compare the two other than that, because a lot of people were saying like, oh, it's the same. If you love this one, you love this one. And I
think I was pretty clear about the differences
No,
when
no,
I
no.
talked about it.
No, you are.
yeah.
I'm not talking about you.
Gotcha.
I'm just. I think it's probably because they came in at, you know, like some
Around the
like
same time, like maybe a
around the
6 month
same
publication
time.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I think it's like in terms of the publishing, like, and the way like it was pushed out as like
They're
it's
both pushed as like dark
yes.
academia, even though I think that they're like more than that, to be
Mhm.
honest. A lot of the setups have the themes are very similar. The themes are
Yes.
so similar, and then the marketing is so similar that they're
Yes.
batched together a lot. But I
that
personally, like with my reading taste,
Mhm.
I personally prefer Blood Over Brighthaven quite a bit
Mhm.
over Babel. I
I
feel
think
like I
they're
recognize their differences for sure.
they're definitely different in the writing, the way your like the story like evolves. I think they're really different books. I would have a hard time right now saying which one I like the more,
Which is fair.
because they're so different. And I think they have some similar themes of, you know, colonization, racism, you know, discrimination, abuse, all those things. But I think they are approaching the same kind of subject in a different way also.
Oh, so different. Yes.
So different, which I think is really, both of them are valid and very interesting. I think the problem is like we lump them together because when we do publishing now, we just use like tropes and like very like dark academia and, you know, like small words like this to get like punchy and quick. And it's true, they both happen in a university school kind of setting. They both happen, but like, you know, it's which is why also I don't really like those one word kind of thing to tell about a book, because it's a little bit hard. It's of course difficult to really encapsulate the book, right? Anyway.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that most people who enjoy the conversations and like got things out of Babel will get things out of Blood Over Brighthaven and vice versa. Sure. So like in that sense, I think that the marketing is doing its job.
I agree. I agree. But I can definitely see some people who, because of the writing style and how it is presented, you know, have a you know, a different experience between the two books, right? And would really prefer one compared to the other. You know, and I think that's I think also like since the magic system is also very different essentially in those two, and in both cases they do have a lot of details with the magic system, which I appreciate. Some people might be like, oh, I'm really not like with Babel, like all the language translation stuff, it's like it's not really interesting to me, or things like that, right? Or in this one, you know, it's but yeah. Enough rambling. Do you still have some steam to read or not? Is the question.
I think I could maybe do one more, but that this would definitely be my last one.
Same for me. I feel like we've done all of them except the D6 and the D12. So which one do you want?
Ooh. What about the 12? I like 5s. I just like the
Okay.
D12 as a concept.
Yeah. Agreed. That's interesting.
We'll see if it's nice to us.
It wants long sprints. It's a
Oh.
10.
Okay, that's not as bad as it could be.
It could be
But
12.
still pretty long. Yeah.
You know?
All right. Well, if the last sprint was anything to go on, this will fly by. We'll see everyone in 50 minutes.
Yes.
Hi,
Hi.
welcome back. How's it going?
I am 62% in, and I actually stopped reading like a minute before we finished because I was right at the end of a chapter and I was not about to read another like 20 minutes because like it's already 3 a.m. For me, so I'm gonna go to sleep after the sprint's end.
Yeah, that checks out. Totally, totally fair. Here's the embroidery. It is almost entirely done. I just have like a little bit right here and then like a little line up here. And then I will be finished. I think I'll be able to finish it tonight before I go to bed. It's so cute.
Yeah.
Next time, I might crochet around the border when we're together and then like back it with I have some red felt to put on the back of it. But okay, so how far did we get while reading? I'm now at 52%, um,
Nice.
which is great. That's perfect for
Yeah.
me. I'll I'll probably continue reading it on my own in between now and next
Mhm.
week. So I'll probably I hope that I'll finish it. But if I don't, the next time that we sprint together, I should be able
Yeah.
to, do another chunk.
And I mean, as for me, I can't imagine that I won't pick it up this week.
Yeah.
Also, I'm already 62% in. It's a very fast read for me.
Mhm.
And I've been like nearly crying for the past like 20%, you
Yeah.
know? So like I need to know what's gonna happen, right? But right now I can't see a good way out, you know. So I'm dreading. um
I shall
but
say
that's okay.
nothing. No
Yeah,
words
no.
for you.
That is okay. That is okay. But I had the same feeling with Babel. I was like, nothing there's gonna be terrible things happening. Um I think that's yeah. And I was expecting a more serious kind of read anyway, so we're good. I do hope for the next one that I will pick like something like a little bit lighter, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't even remember the other books that I had for you because I haven't looked back at my picks. But um yeah, let me look for just a hot sec.
Oh, one thing we could have me pick the next one because I'm like past the 50%. And let's say it's another book that could
Then you
like,
could request it.
yeah, for next week.
Yeah, I will say I think a
Yeah.
majority of the ones that I've assigned to you are like easier on the easier
Yeah.
side.
Hmm.
So I think that you'll be just fine. But if you'd like to, I can definitely pull up um
Yeah.
the link. It'll just take me a second because I wasn't ready. Sorry
Yeah,
about
no. You're good. Michelle, but I think it was at the end of our discussion last time. She was saying that she hopes that I will roll this well on Sunday because we do play together, D&D together on Sundays, and I do. But so we'll see
Yes.
if I removed all the good rolls and I'll roll terribly. But
Okay.
statistically, I shouldn't.
I created a public view link. So, yep, it should show up. It is showing up. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. So here's your first slide of choices. We've got stars.
Sure.
We've got a flower. We've got a knife, question mark. Second set of choices, rocket, two dragons, and a cup of something, question mark. And then our last page is fire, a book, a fortune teller crystal ball, and an armadillo. So
I okay. I just went and looked at some. I was looking at some reads, you know, for our virtual book club, and I
Mhm.
went through my TBR, and one thing that comes to mind because I saw the cover is the armadillo.
I
I
think this
think
one's very obvious. I think that there just are not very many
yes,
options of what it could be.
no, no,
So
no.
it's up to you whether you would like to, you know, follow it or
Yes,
not follow
yeah.
it.
Just so people are aware, so I am a big fan of Tea Kingfisher, and I do have Minor Mage on my TBR, which has an armadillo in the book and on the cover, very prominently, right? So that's the one that comes to mind, obviously. But I feel like I said last time that I should pick next one of the dragon ones, just because like the two dragon ones are different things, but they have the same symbol. And I think we'll go with number 8.
Okay, you are officially picking number 8. Okay, I'm gonna
Mhm.
delete it on the slides that I have. I don't know if it'll show up right away or if I'll have to refresh,
Sure.
but I've just gotten rid of number 8. Okay, I'm gonna have to refresh for you.
Mhm.
No, why didn't it refresh? Oh, disaster.
Aw,
What happened?
it's the suspense. Dun
It's the
dun
suspense.
dun dun
Canva is
dun
just
dun
really
dun
putting us
dun.
through it. It's
Yeah.
like, there we go. It's Throne of Jade by Naomi Novik.
I should have expected it. I should have expected that. Yep. It's a call out also for me because I have read the first book, His Majesty's Dragon, but I haven't continued. And I have honestly been thinking about it in my head and been telling myself, I don't know if I'm really that interested or, either way to continue. So I think it is a good push for me. And I can make this second book like you did with the mystery series. And I can, tell myself yes or no, right?
Yeah.
And I can borrow it right now. So I guess I'll have it for next week.
Yeah, beautiful. That's perfect. I put this one on because I think it was on your series reading
Yes.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and kind of, I feel like our lists over the years are kind of in conversation with one another because
Yes.
not last year, but the previous year, one of your books for me was um, His Majesty's, is it His Majesty's
His
Royal?
Majesty's Dragon, yeah.
Yep. Um, and
Mm-hmm.
then the next year, I think that you put this series um, on for me too. And I
Yeah.
read the third one in the series, and then I decided to DNF there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see how you like it and whether or
Yeah.
not you decide to continue
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. To be fair, I did enjoy it. I think also
The first book is fantastic. It's
yeah.
such a good
No.
first book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't I mean I it just in my mind, I did like it. I did like the ending. And then I was like asking myself what the series would like bring. So I think like that's a good one to read because I can decide if I want to read more, if there's something more I want from this world, or if it's just feeling a little bit too. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I needed to do that because
Mm-hmm.
um, after the first one, I was like, ooh, like really excited for the second one, and I dove right into it. And then
Mm-hmm.
it was very different. Um,
Mm.
and it ended up not being like the right thing for me. But so many
Yeah.
people love this series, and you might be one of them. So,
Yeah, yeah. And I think also the first thing is that I did read the Skullman series by Naomi Novik first before the series. And the
mhm.
writing style really
Oh, they're
didn't
so
work for
different.
me in that one. And I know they're very different. And I did have a friend of mine who loves this series.
Mhm.
And she was telling me, I think you will really enjoy this one. So I was like, yeah, and that the writing was indeed really different, and that's true. Um, yeah, But there were some things in Naomi Novik, and that's why I kept reading the Skullman series too. That was interesting to me. It was just not, like I was always disappointed because I didn't have enough from the world, and I wanted to know more about the world, the setting, the magic, all those things. But it was not giving me that. So, but anyway.
Well, if you're looking to learn more about the world, this one will certainly give you that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, I think that brings us to the end. Happy Monday,
Yes.
everybody. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Yeah. Goodbye.